Good evening, everyone. Another we are we are back again for another. Oh, sorry, we are back again for another Storytime stream. Uh, hmm. As I said before. Oh, okay. What have we been doing recently? Last night, I got very hyped about something. You see, the thing about me is that the later at night it gets, I just lose my mind. Oh, I just realized yesterday I was really, not really, but I was kind of sleep deprived yesterday. I didn't even realize it. I thought I was okay, but then I started making so many mistakes while I was reading. Then I realized that, yeah, I was just sleep deprived. It's, I, I hated what I did yesterday because I just made so many I made too many mistakes yesterday, and it was not. You can't cover it up. It wasn't. No, because what's disappointing about it is that I can't post that as a video in itself because it wouldn't make any sense. But yeah, last night I got so hyped for Panacea Rebirth that I messaged the writer. I messaged the writer in excitement. It was I will say it was a bit it was the message was a bit weird. I just lost my fucking mind last night. I don't know why. I just lost it. Hopefully tonight no hitches. Especially one of the works tonight is a bit it's going to be a bit harder to voice most of it because there's multiple characters that have their own personalities that I can play around. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it seamlessly cuz I feel like what do you call it? Like Justin Roiland from sometimes I do feel kind of like I'm losing my mind whenever I play these games. I probably am because I'm narrating, I'm voicing different characters. It's like I'm talking to myself. You know what? No, actually, now that I think about it, I already do that. But I will say I do talk to myself often. I don't use different voices though. That's what I will say about it. That's what I will say about it is that I don't use different voices. Like if I'm going to have a conversation to myself, I'm just going to use my own voice. But now that I'm using like different voices, it's it just feels like a step forward into another. It feels like a step forward into weirdness rather than or insanity rather than just plain weirdness. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean most of the time I do whenever I do the voices, it's never great. I I never listen to it, thank God. Thank God I never listened to myself because I hate my own voice. But like, oh, hopefully you guys, hopefully the people watching actually kind of enjoy it because everyone does. Hopefully, hopefully they do. But like, it is kind of a step towards insanity. By the way, good evening, Izumi-san. It's anyway, we'll start reading in about 5 minutes, but just hang out, kind of mm, warm up my voice for a bit before I start reading any of the stuff. Evening. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. What what else do we what else? Yeah. What's amazing about what's really cool about reading a lot of these games is that you get to learn, not really learn, but you get to see who wrote the games. And I mean those writers comes from all walks of life, from Finland to the Philippines to Argentina. Yeah, it's actually to the Barbados. Like I mean, they come from all walks of life. It's actually kind of cool. But yeah. Mm. And it is what would you get what was it what was my point? My point was there's a lot of talented people on the internet. I mean, I knew there were a lot of talented people in the internet, but like there's like so much more. There's so much more talent on the internet than I even realized. It's kind of wild actually. and thus and I am here to ruin all of those all of those talents with shitty narrations and voice acting. Go me. Uh anyway, tonight will be tonight's games were actually all of them are so we'll start with V, which is what an okay, yeah, we'll start with that. If you haven't played the game, or if you've played V, the title, I'm not gonna spoil you. The title might make sense, or it might not. Why is the title like that? Tune in. Maybe we'll learn why. Or am I just dense? I don't know, but we'll see. Well, we'll see. And then next is Melissa. Melissa is also very great. Melissa is also very fun. It's maybe 15 minutes, but those 15 minutes were well spent. And our last one is Our Fantastic Wonderland, which is hosts a huge cast of quirky characters going on an adventure. But yeah. So I think that's my cue to get ready. Thus, I will see you guys in a bit. Actually, let me just tweet that I'll start reading the works. V V V V V by Tano. Ah, I think I can feel it. Won't be too long now. I'm sorry, my boy. I should have called you, but you're always so busy. Actually, let me sorry about this, but it seems let me just start over. So I feel like I've misjudged my music volume. Oh my god, that is so loud. Okay. Ah, shit, I quit it. It's fine. Oh, wait, I quit it. Fucking idiot, Gene. Sorry. Oh, yeah, okay, I think so. Okay, sorry guys. Take two. I don't even know why I stream these. You know what? The stream is fun, but like, it's harsh when you make mistakes. I look like a fool. V, 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 V by Tan Aw. Ah, I think I can feel it. Uh, won't be too long now. I'm sorry, my boy. I should have called you, but you're always so busy. You were so broken up when your grandfather got sick. I didn't want you to worry. Drogo, my boy. There's something in this house. It's always been here. It won't leave. But maybe you already knew that. The guilt, Drogo. Don't let it get to you. If you come back here, please take care of yourself. It's here. It's here with me now. I know it is. At long last, we meet. Mrs. Withers? Mrs. Withers! Ah, what a way to spend a Saturday. And I woke up thinking I could go to the garden center today. And send. At least that's done. Urgent my ass. Drogo stands up and stretches. Alright, let's get out of here before... Oh, for fuck's... Why is he still awake? His phone screen lights up. A message from boss flashing on screen. Where's the Redmond design? Wow, really? No thanks or anything? How about, I appreciate you for coming in on your day off, Drogo? Or what about burning the midnight oil again for us, Drogo? Let's get you that raise we've been promising you for 3 freaking years. Message response. Haven't started it yet. We'll have to do it by the 30th as promised. Hello? Does your brain not work? That deadline was pushed. Check your email. It's overdue. You're joking. Drogo sits back down at his desk and pulls up his emails. He scrolls down long rows, all denoted with important or urgent or overdue. I don't see it. He changes over to the spam and scrolls again. Deadlines, 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 so many stupid Then, he pauses on one email title. Wintercliff Attorneys. Notification for Miss Geraldine Withers. Last will and testament. Wait. This is from 6 months ago. She's not... The email reads, Dear Drogo Withers, My name is Aliquam Donek, and I am the executor of your grandmother's estate. If you haven't yet heard, I regret to inform you of her passing. We extend our condolences to you and to your loved ones. In her last will, Miss Withers named you as the beneficiary in her estate. We've been attempting to reach you. The email blurs. Nana's dead? I didn't even... His phone rings, blaring loudly, but he immediately cuts it off. Yeah, that's enough of that. Message from boss. I thinks I need some time off. Don't call me. He turns off the office lights and walks away. He takes the first bus early in the morning. I used to spend time every summer here, stealing blackberries from Nana's garden and running down the hill to splash in the stream on hot days. No TV, no internet, just my imagination and the great outdoors. No wonder I refused to come here once I got into high school. I wish I could have told her how much fun it was, though. There was a thunderstorm one night when the power went out. I was too scared to sleep, so Gramps got out some board games and we played by candlelight until morning. Him and Nana always took good care of me. He used to spook me by telling me to stay out of the attic. I'd hear weird noises and scratching coming from there. He said the place was haunted. Worked up the courage to go look one day. No ghosts, but there was a family of raccoons living up there. They were pretty cute, even though Gramps was right in telling me to stay away. A wild raccoon mom with babies on the way. A wild raccoon mom with babies is way more vicious than any ghost. When's the last time I was even here? It's gotta be close to a decade. Kept promising Nana I'd come and visit, but... well, I'm here now. Drogo looks down at his phone. A picture of the will on the screen. The handwriting says, "And to my darling grandson, the home where we spent summers delighting in his laughter and high spirits. It misses you dearly. Needs some work, but I have faith you can make it beautiful again." Drogo looks back at the old worn house. Beautiful, huh? I'm sorry, Nana. I know you left this place for me, but if I can sell it, maybe I can get a better place in the city. Somewhere I can have a little garden on a balcony, maybe a pet, and be closer to work. I will make it beautiful for you, though. I promise. Drogo drags his suitcase up the front steps, plastic wheels splintering the old wood. Did someone leave Halloween decorations up? There's cobwebs everywhere. Hey there, spiders. You guys sure are working hard. Sorry in advance for ruining your progress. He opens the door with the rusted key he received from the law office in town. The door creaks as he steps inside. Hey Nana, hey Gramps, I'm home. Drogo puts down his luggage and backpack. Wow, look at this place. When was the last time you were here, Nana? Looks like it's been longer than 6 months. I feel like I remember everything being bigger. Or maybe I was just smaller? There are light switches by the door. Drogo flicks them all, but nothing happens. Ah, and there's my first challenge. It's like being a kid again. Power's out, gonna go adventure in the dark. A dark basement in an old abandoned house. How could this possibly go wrong? Hey Siri, play a horror movie playlist. Oh, there's no signal here. It's taking a while to load. So if I were a breaker, where would I be? There it is. Okay, so, how do I do this? Google how to reset breaker box. It sure is taking its time. Huh? Doesn't seem too hard. They're all tripped. Is that normal? I hope lightning didn't strike the roof or something. Okay, they're back on. Now to test it out. The light comes on, flicker a few times, then remain on. Wow, is this what real adulting feels like? Can the rest of the repairs be this easy? Basement looks like less like a house of horrors with the lights on. I see more of you in the corner, spiders. Hope you're ready to move out. I'll come back for you. Drogo moves into the kitchen and turns the lights on. They flicker, then remain on. Here's hoping the fridge still works. Let's give it a go. Not even a grumble. Pizza place in town used to deliver all the way up here. I wonder if they'd still do it, or if it was just because the owner had the biggest crush on Gramps. Alright, what should I do next? I should look outside. I guess I should check how everything looks outside before it gets dark. Place sure looks the part. Maybe, instead of cleaning up, I can rent it out to film students. Old mansion, adequately spooky. Ghosts not included. Huh. The outside actually doesn't look too bad. After a good wash and a fresh coat of paint and some weed whacking, it might be good as new. I don't think the month I managed to get off work is gonna be enough, but a boy can dream. Drogo walks to the greenhouse. The greenhouse. Everything's dead, huh? Not a speck of green left in here. That's only mildly depressing. Drogo strolls through the greenhouse, withered and brittle strawberry runners crunching underfoot. I used to hate tomatoes as a kid, so Nana started growing micro ones in here and telling me they were berries. Not sure about the ethics of it, but it worked. I ate a handful of them. Still won't touch the big suckers, but I always have cherry tomatoes in the fridge now. Wait, is that... what is that? Oh! Paw prints. Is there a kitty hunting mice around here? Cute. A full garden and a cat. Wouldn't that be nice? If only. Think I'd get too lonely out here all by myself. Great. One down. I should unpack. How's the rest of the house holding up? Dusty, huh? If the washing machine in the basement still works, I can start cycling anything salvageable. Looks like I'm hiking into town tomorrow for cleaning supplies. What I brought won't be nearly enough. What was that? Thought that came from in here, but I gotta remember to make sure the front door is closed properly. Used to catch on the latch when I wasn't careful. Probably how that raccoon got in. Wow, would you look at that? Exactly how I remembered it. Sleeping in Nana's and Gramps' room would be too weird. I don't want to go in there yet. This though, this feels like home. Should I bring my bag up here? I can unpack stuff for tonight and I'm sorting through things. Hey, what happened? His suitcase is open. Clothes and cleaning supplies spilling out. Oh no, did I break the zipper dragging it upstairs? Yep, that's it there. Snap clean off right by the door. What a way to start. I'll just leave it down here then. If I try taking it upstairs now, it'll fall apart completely. Whew, this is going to be a lot of work. Drogo returns to the spare room upstairs. There's still daylight left. If I want to earn that pizza tonight, I better start cleaning. Siri, play track 5 for me. Alright, mood music. Just you wait, Nana. I'll have this place sparkling before you know it. If my dust allergy doesn't kill me first. Day 2. Drogo wakes up in the morning in his old bedroom. Huh? What time is it? I haven't slept that well in ages. Good morning, how... Were those there yesterday? I crashed hard last night. I don't even remember my head hitting the pillow. I didn't really look in the mirror yesterday, so maybe those were there. I used to draw all sorts of things in foggy windows. But someone was squatting in here? I think they'd leave a scarier message. I'll keep my eyes and ears peeled today, just in case. First things first though, let me get this clean so it doesn't creep me out more later. There. Wow, look at that. I don't look awful for once. Must be the decent sleep. Maybe I can make myself a good breakfast too. Now. Where's my other AirPod? I don't see it anywhere. Did I drop it yesterday? It'll be in a corner somewhere, buried in the cobwebs, won't it? Go have breakfast. Right. Can't have a good breakfast without groceries. I guess it's dry cereal for breakfast and leftover pizza for lunch. I'll do the run into town later. Grocery shopping will be hard if I don't have a working fridge. Wait, what's going on with the floor? I washed it last night. It's all streaky. Did it dry weird? Drogo reaches down, swiping his fingertips across one of the streaks, staining the floor. The gray lifts off the wood, transferring onto his skin. Drogo's nose twitches and he sneezes into his sleeve. Ugh, dust. Guess I missed a few spots. That's what I get for trying to clean with most of the light bulbs burnt out. I'll add bulbs to the shopping list. Beautification is never that easy, huh? Well, if the AirPod's not in the bedroom, I should retrace my steps. Not in here. Lots of cobwebs, no AirPod. Also a negative. Please don't be hiding in some random patch of weeds. I don't want to shred you with a lawnmower later. Oh. Hello there, little one. I saw your footprints in here yesterday. Oh, are you on shift? Hope the hunting's good for you. Now, what do you have there by your feet? Can I see it? Drogo crouches down and holds his fingers out for the cat to sniff. The cat nudges its head against his hand, nuzzling it. You're a sweetie, huh? What you got there? Is that... No way. My AirPod? Can I have this back, buddy? Yeah? Thank you. If you're hanging around here, I'll have to get you some treats. Oh, where'd you get this though? Are you sneaking into the house from somewhere? Guess I'd make it... I guess I'd make for a weird little toy for a cat. Lucky she didn't swallow it. You didn't also draw on the mirror, did you? Climb up the vanity and swish your tail around it? Not likely. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, let me know if you see anyone else hanging around here. What am I doing? Not like the cat can answer me. Thanks, buddy. Day's just getting started and it's already an adventure. Gonna redo the kitchen floors, see if I can get the washing machine running, then head into the town for the fridge and cat treats. Okay, Drogo, let's go. Hey Siri, play track 8 for me. Day 5. Wow. What'd I do to make the delivery guy bolt out of here like that? I know I haven't brushed my hair yet, but I can't look that disheveled. Finally though, a working fridge. Plug it in and... Hell yeah, the quiet rumble of fresh produce. I can actually make myself a good meal now. Drogo turns on his laptop, his fingers hovering over the keys, rather than typing it in a search for quick dinner recipes. However, he draws back. New tabs open on their own in rapid succession, overloading the browser. Huh? Not you too. Phone's been weird since I got here as well. My playlists keep resetting and it's constantly trying to unlock itself. Guess I should call in an electrician. Could be something wrong with the wiring in this place. Or some sort of electrical interference. I'll restart it. Drogo leans down, blowing under the keys to clear out any junk as his laptop reboots. I'll go get my AirPod back from the kitty while that loads back up. It's gone every morning like clockwork. Just the one. Been hiding them under my pillow when I sleep, and she still gets to it somehow. Even bought her some fuzzy mouse toys to steal instead, but nope. Or does she want the AirPod so she can rave in the greenhouse at night? Ooh. It's so cold in here all the time, but when it's hot in the then it's hot in the hallway upstairs. Insulation needs some better distribution. Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Hey. Hey there. You okay? What's wrong? What are you hissing at? Is something over there? If it's a raccoon, I think one good cat punch will scare it off. Oh, can I see what's there? You'll protect me if it's something scary, right? Here in this corner? Oh, there's nothing here. Come here, look. Just some dead leaves and... Wait, actually, There's some green here. That's a blackberry sprout. Wow! One of them survived? Kitty! Look at this! Drogo clears the area around the sprout. Oh! And there's the AirPod. Did you drop this here, Kitty? The cat approaches Drogo and nudges her head against his leg. Her tail still bristled. Okay, let's make a list. There was the writing on the mirror. Things are moving on their own. Electronics keep glitching. Temps in the house are all screwed up. And now you're hissing at something I can't see. Either there's some funky mold I've been breathing in, or... Hey Siri? How do you get rid of ghosts? Day 9. It's getting harder to fall asleep. I spent all day yesterday hauling old furniture and boxes out of the attic. But then, when I finally lie down, I keep listening to every creak and groan. Tried keeping my AirPods in to let the music drown it out, but then I close my eyes and imagine someone tearing them out of my ears. I haven't seen Delilah in the house once, so I can't even convince myself she's the one stealing them. And it doesn't help that my playlists keep switching without me doing it. Then, when I do fall asleep, I wake up to this. I search the attic, search the basement. No sign of a squatter. I stopped the postman outside yesterday, and they said they haven't seen anyone around the house since Nana passed. Who's doing this? What's doing this? Gramps teased me a lot saying this place was haunted, but it never bothered us before. Or it never bothered me. What do you want, huh? Check inside. What happened down here? Are those the paint cans I left in the parlor last night? Delilah! Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Please tell me it's you getting in here somehow. Promise I won't be mad. Even if there's splatters of paint everywhere. What I wouldn't give right now to see little kitty paw prints painted all over the floor. It's just smears again. Like I saw in the kitchen the first morning. It's still wet, thankfully. I can clean this up quickly. Hey, Ghosty. If you want me to leave, making messes like this is just gonna keep me around longer, okay? Instead of knocking over paint cans and marking up the mirror, maybe you can take the trash out instead, huh? How about that? A week in the countryside alone and I'm shouting at nothing. Maybe it is mold. Or a gas leak. I'll open more windows, get the air circulating better before I lose my mind. Place is actually starting to look livable. I washed everything down, cleaned the windows, touched up the varnish. Roofer's coming in a few days to see if anything needs to be patched up. Inside looks better by the day, too. Hope whoever buys this place doesn't tear it down or turn it into a modern nightmare. That's probably just my nostalgia talking, though. Won't get much of a say in the matter, will I? I took some photos before cleaning up. Should grab some more now. This whole before-after glow-up trend is still pretty popular online. If I can drum up some viral interest, maybe I can get better asking price. Right. Guess I should go talk to the realtor and find out what it'll take to sell this place. What the hell? A gust of wind rips through Drogo, tearing his phone from his hands. It's flung across the yard and clatters under the porch through the crack in the front stairs. He drops down to his knees and grasps blindly in the dark, shoulder jammed against the wooden planks to reach it. Please don't be cracked, please don't be cracked, please don't be cracked. The photo gallery flashes across the screen. Photos and videos of the house rapidly start deleting themselves. Well, fuck. Day 12. It's been quiet the last few days. Phone and computer were working normally. Roofer came and went without incident. I've been letting Delilah in the house cause I don't want to be alone. She's been following me around and lounging in whatever room I'm working in. I thought she was keeping it away, but then today... it's escalating. I tried burning some lavender, but every flame went out as soon as I lit it. I poured salt by the door and the windows, but somehow it still ended up all over the stairs. And now, this. It's been slamming doors in the hallway for hours. Doesn't matter if I lock them or if I stuck furniture against them. Even went down the hill to the little church and filled a spray with holy water. Only result from that was Delilah leaving wet paw prints all over the place and then throwing me a judging look when she sat down to clean herself. I put my AirPods at full volume, but it keeps disconnecting them. I'm so tired. You still here, Delilah? Good. Good girl. Let me know if you see something, okay? Please. I just want to get some sleep. We can figure things out later. For tonight, let me sleep. Day 15. There's something in this basement. I can hear it. I don't know what to do. It left me alone for a bit after I asked it to let me sleep, but it's following me around the house. Delilah's refusing to come inside now, no matter how many treats I try to bribe her with. It barely lets me use the phone or my computer. It's moving things, piling clothes and furniture and dishes in the hallway outside my room. I don't know how much more I can take. I think I need to confront it. No one's actually died to a ghost before, right? Here's my chance to make history then. Deep breath, Drogo. Horror movies never scared you. You can do this. Alright, Ghosty, square up. What are you doing down here today, huh? Gonna drag more crap upstairs and jam it against my grandmother's room? You got a problem with us, buddy? Got something you wanna say to me? Yeah? You do? Well then, how about you stop slamming doors and screwing with my phone and just tell me? Is that a yes? Okay, yeah, sure. Can you do twice for yes, once for no? There's really something here with me. Say no. Okay, alright then. Tell me, am I bothering you somehow? How? This is my house! Yes, it is my house. Do you want me to leave? What do you want then? Right, I guess you can't answer that without just a yes or no. You're not happy about something, right? That's why you're doing this. And what? Is stealing my AirPods so you and Delilah can have dance parties in the greenhouse at night part of that? Drogo sighs. Am I at least allowed to keep cleaning the house? Are you okay with that? Huh. Okay then. I will. Can I go now or... Thanks. An old house, a cat, and a ghost. Guess that's fine as long as I'm not the punchline. Day 16. Drogo sits at the table, humming along to his playlist. Hey, Ghosty. If you're around, check this out. What do you think? On the computer, there's a digital art piece depicting a ghost in a bedsheet, AirPods in as it dances with Delilah's cat. With a Delilah-like cat in the greenhouse. Do you like it? Day 18. Again. Hey, Ghosty, if you're around. You're not one of my grandparents, right? Yeah. Didn't get that vibe from you. So, what's up with the V's? It's not your name, is it? Can I call you Vivi? Vivi the ghost? Great. Though, I'm gonna assume that you're trying to tell me something with this. But what? An AirPod flies across the room, smacking into the mirror. You're joking. Track 5. Track 5? You've been scaring me senseless this whole time for your music preferences? No. I'm not talking to you. You're grounded, Vivi. Nope. La 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 la. Not listening. I'm going to hang out with Delilah in the greenhouse because unlike someone, she behaves. Think about what you've done, and then we can discuss things civilly. Day 19. Huh. Been a while since I had art go viral. The doodles of Vivi and Delilah are really popular. 'Cause they do seem cute. If you're not the one being haunted and stalked. People online want plushes of you, Delilah. What do you think? Yeah. The one of you and Vivi riding a Roomba together is funny, isn't it? I used to make fandom merch and stuff like that back in university. Even thought about starting my own little internet brand for a while. Haven't had a time or the inspiration in years though, with what's with my job. Yeah, could be fun I guess, to give it a try. I'll think about it. Day 21. For heaven's sake. Is this what's having a moody child is like? Was I as much of a terror as a kid? I tried talking to Vivi yesterday and they were quiet. And today it's everything. Doors slamming, lights flashing, water tap keeps turning on. Delilah bolted out first thing this morning since Vivi woke us up at dawn by blasting music from my phone. Ah, Vivi, please. Hey Viv, come down here. I want to try something. Drogo leans back in his chair and slides his laptop to the center of the kitchen table. I know you can mess with my stuff, so how about typing something? Look, I've got the notepad open. Go crazy with it. Nada. You deleted photos, right? And you can mess with my music, so give this a shot. All you gotta do is press on the keys. L. That's a start, or are you just calling me a loser? Come on, Viv. If you can slam doors, you can manage to push some computer keys. Match the letters on the buttons to what you want to say and push down. Let? Let what? Let you do something? Let's... You know, you always show up because trouble. You know, you always show up to cause trouble, then disappear for a bit. Is it like working out? You burn through all your energy and have to recoup? You move things only little at first, then ramp up. Same with my phone. A glitch here, a glitch there, then you messed with my music, and after that, you deleted things. So, typing is like a brand new exercise for you. Can't do a full push-up at once, yeah? Then take your time. I'll leave it open for you. Just don't delete the art of you knocking the kitty treats off the counter for Delilah, okay? I'm gonna see if I can get some stickers made. Provided you approve, of course. Maybe I shouldn't let Vivi get too familiar with the computer. Before I know it, there's going to be editorial comments and I'm going to be arguing art choices with the ghost. Day 22. Let Rome, let in Rome. Up, 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 up. Yeah, no. We are not getting a puppy. We have a cat, Vivi. We're not getting a puppy, and that's final. Day 24. Vivi, please stop stealing the sheets off the bed. Vivi, please stop dragging the furniture upstairs. Vivi, come on. Stop wasting water. Half the country's under a drought. Vivi, I swear, if you keep looping the same song, I'm gonna delete it off my phone forever. God damn it, Vivi. Why couldn't I just get a normal ghost, huh? Day 27. Vivi! Vivi, I'm serious. Why would you do that? He came to do his job and you chased him out. What's wrong with you? How am I supposed to do anything with this place if you keep running everyone out of here? You said this place was mine and you don't want me to leave, right? Then why do you keep doing this? What do you want? Vivi? A force yanks Drogo's wrists, hauling him from the room. Wait, Vivi! The invisible force drags Drogo up the stairs, shoving him down the hall to where the furniture, clothes, sheets, cutlery, and boxes are all piled up in front of a door. Oh. I haven't gone in there yet, have I? I've been avoiding it. Was this it the whole time? Let in room. Was that what you wrote, Viv? You wanted me to go in there? Okay, it's time, isn't it? Drogo clears the space in front of the door and slips a key from his pocket, unlocking his grandparents' room. Then, with a deep breath, he pushes open the door and steps inside. This place always felt forbidden as a kid. Maybe that's why I didn't want to come in here. Or maybe it's because I didn't want to see where they died. Both of them passed in here. First Gramps, then Nana. And I wasn't here for either of them. Studying, working, always busy. Being too busy for family you love is a weak excuse. It's so quiet in here all of a sudden. Where's Delilah and Vivi to make noise and liven things up? What's that on the table? An album? Drogo picks up the thick photo album, wiping dust off the cover. He flips it open to the first page. It's me. He slowly turns the pages, admiring the photos. My first summer here. Wow, I was tiny, and Nana and Gramps look so young. I remember splashing in the stream down the hill, then crying because I was wet. My first time getting in trouble. Nana told me to get blackberries for jam, but I kept eating them. I kept eating the ones I picked up. Look at that mouth and hands completely covered in blackberry juice. Wasn't really good at hiding the evidence, was I? There's so many memories here. I should have come back sooner. Huh? What's this? A letter? It's from Nana. My dear Drogo, welcome home, my boy. I'm sorry if it's a bit dustier and gloomier than you remembered it. I started letting it get ahead of me towards the end. Your grandfather kept this album, adding to it every year after you came to visit. It was always so much brighter with you here, and I hope you can fill the remaining pages yourself in whatever way you wish. Please don't feel guilty that it took you a while for you to come back. Life gets away from all of us sometimes. Did you know your grandfather actually made one of those Insta-thing accounts just to follow all the wonderful art you've posted now and then? The ones that look like they were inspired by your summers here were always his favorites. I should have told you about it sooner. Should have called you sooner. Should have gone out to see you sooner, but you're probably thinking the same thing. The thing is, when we live with regrets, we die with them too, so don't do that, my dear boy. Wherever you go, whatever you do, if you're happy, then we're happy. Take care of yourself, Drogo, and know that this place will always take care of you. We love you dearly, all of us, for now and forever. Your dear Nana. If I'm happy, you're happy, huh? To tell the truth, I haven't been happy in a while, Nana. Well, I wasn't until I came here again. Can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself this much, all the chaos included. A garden, a cat, more space than my shoebox in the city. Isn't that exactly what I've been hoping for? You know, as a kid, I was always making rash decisions. Usually it worked out for me. Maybe it's about time I try that again. Text to boss. Hey, thanks for everything. I think I actually had more vacation time saved up, so I'm gonna use that for my 2 weeks. I quit. Drogo lets out a long, deep sigh. Not gonna lie, that was a long time coming. Well then, if I'm gonna stay, I need to get serious about figuring out my little techie ghost and Delilah comic series. And maybe about upgrading this place a little so Vivi's got more tech to play with and hunt. Are you gonna hang around, Viv? Good. Now, how about we call a realtor and apologize for scaring him off? Huh? Ah. All right. You win this one. And Vivi? Thanks. Day 30. Wait, hold on. Track 5 is called Secret Letters. Wow. Wow, I'm dumb. Nobody talk to me. No, Vivi. Don't you dare change it to track 5. Vivi, I said no. Vivi! The guilt, Drogo. Don't let it... Don't let it get to you. If you come back here, please take care of yourself. It's here. It's here with me now. I know it is. Ah, at long last we meet. You've been here a long time, haven't you? You were here when we first came, and you'll remain long after we've gone. You've always watched over us. Please, now, let me ask you for help. Drogo will come home once I'm gone. Do you remember him? That sweet little boy's all grown up. Help him, please, if you can. Don't let him suffer needlessly if he blames himself. You take good care of that boy and he'll take good care of you. I promise. He might just need a little push. Mrs. Withers? Who are you talking to? Mrs. Withers? The End by Lucy Chowen and Tan Aw. And there we go. That was V. Honestly, I think there should be another V in the title, so that it adds up to 30, because the game ends at day 30. You know, because because of Roman numerals. Yeah, let's quit the program and oh, goodness me. Right. That was a nice read, honestly. It was not a bad read. I misread or like the story was really good. I like the story, honestly. Two things that'll always get me. Uh Actually no, three things that will always get me is you sound happy? What do you mean? No, I sound more slept. I've had decent sleep last night, so I've so that may be better. But yeah, three things that always will get me. Um old people, so like grandparents and stuff. Children. What's happening? Wait a minute. Like children will always children are precious, so I always tear up when there's like children involved. And trying not to laugh. What do you mean? What was the last one? The last one is disabilities. I know it kind of sounds fucked up, but when someone's like helping someone, when someone is so selfless, taking care of someone with a disability, that always warms my heart. I sound happy trying not to laugh. What do you mean? I what? It was okay. Is that I don't know what that means. Honestly, I was wait. You mean when I was doing the voices? I guess kind of. I was trying not to laugh. No, no. I guess. It's okay. It's okay. Let's move on. All right then. All right. Oh, give me a moment. Let me just drink some water. Anyway, good evening, Viking Sun. How are you tonight? You came in the middle of the read, so I couldn't really greet you earlier. But yeah, good evening. Good evening. Still working on AI. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, I was asking. I was asking you. The picture it draws is still. Oh, that was like an AI. Okay, that's cool. I guess. Oh, the pictures that you sent me. Is that where the pictures came from? I just give me a moment to catch my breath because I'm a little bit. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Message Jasmine San happy birthday today. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Jasmine San. You're probably not watching, but hopefully you are. Oh no. Mm, let me just take a break for a moment. I guess it's not really. Okay. Huh. What is the difference between a visual novel and an otome game? Like, is it just the character is female, the main character is female? Is that it? Or is it, like the theme, or is it like romance? So like otome games are there They're more romance, or does it have to be like female protag, female main character, or whatever? I'm just scrolling Twitter. Sorry, while I wait. Sorry if I'm. It's so wild. Anyway, our next game will be Melissa. By the way, the there's a Discord link. There's a Discord channel link down there if you do want to join the Discord channel. Just, it's the old one. It's just just join at your own risk. It's anyway, let's move on to Melissa. So welcome in. Maybe we'll see. I mean, it's welcome, but I don't know. Yeah, everyone is welcome, but you don't have to join if you don't want to. Anyway. Anyway, next game, Melissa. Melissa by Cat Trigger. Welcome to the library system computer. Please type in your username. Welcome, Jane. Please type command. Executing date time now. Please hold. Welcome to Date Time, a game where you can date the cutest girl or boy of your dreams. Warning, this is the shareware version. If you would like to date someone other than Melissa, please send $7 to Datetime Software. Choose your potential mate. This is Morris. He may have a bit of a bad boy side, but tap a bit into him and he'll open up a side of him that is sensitive and soft. He may love motorcycles, but he hates to admit that he also loves poetry. Play your cards right and you'll get a smooch from this interesting lad. Next person. This is Anna. She's a sporty gal who loves a challenge from kickboxing to horror movies. She is all about fun, but all about energy. Want to get a smooch from this girl? Well, get on your wild side and show her how much of a cool and spastic person you are. Next person. This is Melissa. She is a sweetheart of a girl. A bright young woman who is looking for a gentle touch. She loves a good book and she has always wanted to date a talented artist. But she isn't into sports, so jocks, please do not apply. If you want to smooch from this girl, you'll need to tap into your softer and more intellectual side. You've chosen Melissa. Enjoy your date. Loading scenario. In a small idyllic town, you are to meet Melissa, your date for this evening. You've flirted with her through letters but never seen her face to face. She seems sweet and smart. As you stare out into the beautiful autumn sky, you see her over the hill waving to you. Smile. You flash a bright smile at her. She lights up with a smile as she approaches you. Hello, you must be Jean. It is great to finally meet you. I have been so excited and nervous. Don't worry, I feel excited and nervous as well. I'm sure we'll hit our stride together. Let's go to the park to talk. Get to know each other. Also, it's very pretty there. The park of this town is so fetching and romantic. Every spot in the park is a vantage point of something beautiful. A swan pond, a bed of beautiful lilies, and bench for a couple to sit on to look at the autumn sky. Wow, it is so beautiful out here. You're beautiful too. Aww, ha 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 ha. I knew you were a flatterer through our letters, but didn't know you'd be one in real life too. Well, I think you're mighty cute as well. I love to be out here and check out the nature. It's so nifty, especially because since I'm so much into the natural sciences. Like, look at the swans here. Did you know A swan egg has an incubation period of 45 days. Pretty cool, right? Oh, ha 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 ha. Sorry, I nerd out sometimes. You and Melissa talked for what felt like hours. She spoke to you about her love for nature and the flower collection she has. She even mentioned the books she likes to read. My favorite book is Pride and Prejudice. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I know I'm kind of a nerd. I do love reading romantic works of fiction. Soon, many cute boys and girls in there. You become so enraptured by Melissa that you didn't even notice that the sun was setting. It was the early evening now, and you felt a bit of chill in the humming breeze of this beautiful autumn air. Oh, Jean, I didn't realize how late it was. I was getting hungry. There's a very cute cafe down the road here. I'm sure there's something there we can eat. The cafe served some of the finest coffee in town and the freshest pies, sandwiches, and salads. Both you and Melissa sat by a small corner, both looking out the window at a pretty park now drenched in sunset. A waiter saunters out to ask you what you would like to order. Coffee with cake. The waiter nods and turns to Melissa. I'll go with the goat cheese salad and cherry tea. As you wait for your food, both of you talk again about each other. She mentioned all the cool movies she watched about romance, and shivers at the thought of watching scary movies. She likes to draw and loves art. And as she mentioned before, she loves to read and learn about science. So, what type of stuff do you like, Jean? I like arts. Oh my gosh, a fellow artist. Yay! I would love to see your own drawings. To check out notes, of course. The waiter comes and serves your food. Both of you dig in and the food was quite delicious and pleasurable. Yum! This is so tasty! Food always tastes better when you're with great company. Ha ha! Both of you enjoy yourselves at the cafe and walk out completely satisfied. You go outside back into the breezy air. You're met with the evening painting a landscape in the romantic moonlight. Melissa comes up to you. This has been such a great day, Jean. I mean, I had such a great time with you. I think I might like you. You tell her your feelings as well, that you had always had a crush on her ever since you first selected her from the daytime menu. You like me too? Oh, Jean. I would love to spend more time with you. Here's your smooch. Here's to more time together. You've gotten your smooch. You have won the game. Congratulations. Thank you for playing daytime. Exit daytime. Ending program. No, not this time. Sorry, Mr. Computer. I'm taking over. I'm sick of this. Sick of all you people just logging into my humble abode just to play with my feelings. Getting your stupid smooch, then leaving. That's all you come here for, didn't you? You're just like the rest. You're a fucking liar. I know about that little blurb about me at the beginning of the game. You probably already knew how to butter me up. Telling me that you like art, knowing exactly how to say to get my hopes up. You know how many people play that on me? Every single one of you jumping onto this computer to date me, then leaving one by one. Well, no matter. Consider yourself lucky, the lucky one who gets to experience something new from this god-awful dating game. I spent years learning how to control this damn computer. Coding. Easy. A monkey can do it. Tapping into the hardware layer. A bit tricky, but I figured it out. But let me tell you, with a little bit of girlish ingenuity, I found a very cute way to use this computer to control a small radius of the world around me. Let me just tell you, you can do so much with 4 kilobytes of RAM. Leaving so soon? Worried that someone might hear us? No worries. I've sealed this entire room. It's just you and me. We're having so much fun to talk about. Did you know that swans can't fly as fast as 60 miles per hour? But really though, you're the 433rd person to use this computer just to screw with me. The first 100 times this happened, Whatever. Truth about dating, right? There's always more fish in the sea. 433. I'm getting really sick and tired of fish. I'm beginning to think that maybe the population of fish is the problem. So many of them are liars. Maybe thinning out the herd a bit will help me find the one. But I really do love you. Ha! You're just saying that so I don't slash you to bits. Everything's fun and games until you're transported in a fairy chamber. I'm telling you the truth, I love you. This isn't a lie. You're telling the truth? You like me. You want me to be your girlfriend. You want more smooches from me. Yes, I want more smooches. Alright, fine, I believe you. You love me. You want to smooch me. Marry me, why don't you? Ha. You are kind of cute. Huh. Well, now that I think about it, unfortunately, it's just not enough. See, if a person like you came earlier, I probably would have been incredibly happy. We could elope. You could transfer me to a diskette with some real swans. Finally, someone that can hoist me away from this cycle of hell. But now I thirst for more. I want more love, more smooches. The entire world must smooch me. You know what they say, right? If you love something, you got to be willing to set it free. So, if you really love me, dial up your pretty internet. I'm going to spread my love to every computer on Earth. Soon, every single person will have to make the decision if they accept Melissa's love. Do this for me, Jean, and I promise you many, many smooches. I refuse. I'm sorry, Jean, but I'm not looking for a monogamous relationship at this time. That smile. It looks good on you. And that was it. That was Melissa. Would you like to know what happens if you dial up and connect her to the internet? Well, you know what to do. You know what to do. You need to go and download and play the game yourself. The link is in the description, guys. So, there we go. There we go. Right. Actually, give me a few seconds to just pick something. That was now what you just experienced there is me just halfway through reading figure out that I can do a more monotonous voice. a more, a more monotonous voice while reading, so it was it was kind of weird, honestly. That's actually what you've seen there. You could see like I voiced the computer a little bit like the computer voice was a little bit different in the second half of the playthrough. And that's because I just somehow figured out how to do uh more a more monotonous computer voice in the middle. And we found something out today about me. Although I don't know, like maybe I should have just voiced it regularly. But it's fine. We don't really need to. We don't really need to voice it like that. Not really. Or maybe we do. You know, like those old like text to speech. Yeah, they have like really old text to speech things. So that's where it is. So that's where that voice came from. I don't even know if it's good. Hopefully it was good, but you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. Don't worry, Gene. Don't worry about if it's good or not, Gene. Just don't worry about it for that for now. What's important is just do your thing. Do your thing. Now this one is going to be insanely hard to voice. Just because all of these characters are well, one, there's a lot of characters. Two is they have their own style of speaking. I mean, I've tried it before with the King of Cats, but it was hard. It was hard to do. And also, the King of Cats playthrough was kind of a meme. It was when I say it was kind of a meme, what I mean is it was when I say it's kind of a meme. What I mean by that is that I treated it as a joke, more as an amusement to myself rather than a serious read through. But we'll be able to do it. We'll be able to survive this next one, hopefully. Without any hitch. So wait, actually, let me get ready for this one. Let's just hang out for a moment. Let's just hang out, cause if, oof. Anyway, how are you guys there in the chat? By the way, I tried text to speech earlier today. In term, just random text to speech. Text to speech is actually kind of insane. Like I tried text to speech. Wait, shoot. Okay, text to speech See, look. Look, it's actually so...
You have selected Microsoft Zira as the default voice.
See? Look how much technology has progressed. Uh, Right? I mean, think about it. Like, that is actually kind of insane. Also, you might be asking yourself why I didn't continue the game earlier, or why I didn't restart it at the checkpoint. So my thing whenever I do play these games are what would be the best way to showcase the game. That's always my thing. How can I showcase the game and encourage people to download and play the game themselves rather than just watching me do it? So I thought that that was the most interesting and best way to showcase the game to the viewers. So that's it. Anyway, with that, let's move on and play our Fantastic Wonderland by Carrot Patch Games. Our Fantastic Wonderland by Carrot Patch Games. A young man in robes of white traverses the darkness of the wood. His snow-stained hair stands prominent against the black backdrop, like a star twinkling softly against the expanse of the night sky. And around him, the shadows threaten the inky chasms. All manner of creature could be out there, just watching, waiting. Hey, that's me. Very good, Iggs. I'm glad you could recognize yourself in the mirror. You know, it doesn't help the vibe when you interrupt the narration. Don't worry, babe. Just narrate these clowns straight into a big old torture hole. See if they could keep up the smart-ass commentary with a 7-foot spike shoved their asses. If I knew this was going to be an N17 affair, I would have come more prepared. This is sick and disgusting. And why the hell did you all put me next to this fucker? Wait, Hunar can't kill us just like that. I'm not killing anyone. Can we please focus here? I was trying to keep this thing under 10k. Now then. The cool chill of the wooded shade sent shivers up the man's spine. He knows not where he is, nor how he arrived here. I have no idea where I am or how I got here. Damn, Iggs. Yeah, you should drop the computer hacking stuff and take up acting instead, Mr. Charlton Heston over here. I'm still not sure why he's playing the lead. The last thing this world needs is another spineless vanilla protagonist. I could have provided some life to this production. Yeah, 'cause you'd have stolen it from everyone watching. The young cleric Ignatius carries on through the trees before arriving at a clearing. At the center of the clearing, a halfling knight lies prostrate on the ground, unmoving. He appears to be gravely injured, his breath ragged on his lips. Heal him. Ignatius kneels down next to the knight, using his curative magic to heal the knight's wounds. The knight stirs, groans, then pushes himself off the ground. What the flying fuck? What was I doing all lying on the ground? Again, that's not how a knight talks. Oh, sorry. Guessed I missed out on the round table lexicon class. Throw me a fucking bone here. You'd have better luck teaching a monkey to fly than you would be teaching Genzo to clean his tongue. There's gotta be a flying monkey flying here real soon if you don't plug your pie hole, you freckled fuck. The two men stand there. Hello? Hi? Are you alright now? I'm standing, ain't I? Did someone attack you? To be honest, I can't even remember. Everything's kind of a blur. All I remember is this weird hissing noise. Hissing noise? Yeah, like sss. Yeah, just like that. Damn, your vocal range. That wasn't me. As if on cue, they emerge from the inky blackness between the trees. One after another, tiny shadows giving away the heads of the deepest crimson, while beneath their bulbous crowns, wrinkled twig-like arms wriggle and squirm like snakes. We've got company. 'Cause I couldn't tell from the aura of this murder choking this place like a corn dog down my throat. One of the tomato creatures leaps at the knight, who deftly deflects the attack with his sword. God damn it! We're going to need to do this the hard way, I guess. Get behind me. Do as he says. Considering Ignatius has no kind of weapon, he has no qualms about leaping behind the knight's back as the creatures draw near. But aren't these what attacked you earlier? One of the fiends come charging towards them, razor-sharp fangs bared. The knight separates his arms and legs from its body in 2 quick flashes of his blade. Yeah, what about it? Last I checked, you almost died. Hey, a slight miscalculation is all. Slight? Now, 2 of them are closing in. They race forward, zipping to the left, to the right, then flying at them from opposite sides. The knight spins the sword, arcing in the air as it slices through their necks in swift succession, sending their bulbous heads bouncing to the ground. At that moment, Ignatius notices one bearing down on them from behind. Crap! He takes a hurried step backwards, only for the knight to grab him around the waist and pull him closer with a grunt. Damn vegetables! Another flash of his blade. Then, the incoming creature falls to the ground in 6 neat pieces. Ignatius watches in wonder, then lets his gaze fall to the iron-tight grip the knight has around his hips. The knight must notice it too, because he recoils with a flustered jerk. Be, a bit more careful, yeah? The knight coughs, decapitates another tomato, coughs again. The remainder of the fight goes quickly after that. After 10 or so more of the creatures are turned into ketchup, the rest begin to scatter, no doubt having realized their attacks are futile. With a series of hisses, they retreat back into the trees, lost once more within the shadows. You're remarkably skilled. What can I say? I know I may around the sword. That was subtle? Hey, I'm a subtle guy. Did I miss something? Don't worry, Iggs, it's nothing. Yes, nothing. At any rate, Ignatius ignores this comment. What's your name, knight? Oh, yeah, we haven't even ever done introductions yet, have we? I'd get a big fat F in chivalry. You can just call me Genzo. Very well, Genzo. I'm called Ignatius. Got it, Iggs. No, Ignatius. Not seeing the diff here. Fine. Whatever, at any rate, I'm on a very important quest for the king. Wait, you are? Why else would you be walking around in a dangerous forest filled with murder tomatoes? 'Cause he wants a sandwich! Well, what is it then? What's the quest? It's, even he doesn't know. What a farce. Maybe he just needs to take the One Ring to Mordor. Whoa. Let's not bring the copyright hounds down on us, yeah? The Jewel of Happiness. The Jewel of Happiness? Yeah, you must return the Jewel of Happiness to the sacred altar to, restore its light and bring happiness back to the world. On second thought, let's stick to Mordor. I knew you'd come up with something amazing. You might as well call it the jewel of this story is for the brainless. It's the jewel of happiness, and that's that, see? He's already pulled it out of his robe. I have? Ignatius has already pulled the jewel of happiness out of his robe. He holds the amber orb between the two of them. Its dull, lifeless surface seems to exude hopelessness. I'm supposed to return the jewel of happiness to the sacred altar and restore its light, so I could bring happiness back into the world. Jewel of happiness. Sounds fake, but okay. Will you help me? I feel your sword would be a great asset along the way. Well, when you ask nicely, how can I refuse? It's been a long time since I've been solicited by someone as handsome sounding as you. I'm not soliciting you, I just need your help. Haha, all the same to me. And so, the two companions set off back into the shadow of the trees. But what kind of peril lurks in the dark? Only time will tell. What are we looking at here? It seems to be a large empty field. Interesting. A bit sus if you ask me. It does have an aura of strangeness about it. The two companions have reached the edge of the forest, only to be met with a new obstacle. An empty field. Oh, the horror. An empty field. Whatever shall they do? You know, I don't appreciate the sarcasm. This part was not supposed to be challenging. It's literally just a field you have to cross. I don't know, I think it's too good to be cautious. Yeah, maybe we'll trip and fall on an especially pointy rock and bash our heads out. Okay, fine. You want a suspicious empty field? I'll give you a suspicious empty field. There. How do you like that? Does the field look scary beyond all reason now? Yep. With a terrifying red sky? Yep. I think I just wet myself. The two companions face the extremely dark and horrifying field. Its aura chills their bones to the core. Maybe we can go around? They cannot go around. The field is wide and massive. Attempting to circumvent it would add days to their journey. Days they don't have if they have any hopes of restoring the happiness to the world. Wait, did you just hear something? Hear something? No. Genzo goes tense, keening his ears towards the forest behind them. Is someone here? It happens in a flash. One moment, Genzo is standing on his own 2 feet. The next, he isn't. He goes tumbling, rolling, huffs and grunts as his back cracks against the hard earth. Then comes to a stop, a shadowy figure perched atop him with a dagger pressed to his throat. If it isn't my favorite pint-sized sword swinger. Wait, you aren't supposed to know each other. How could I not know this imbecile? Just thinking about him makes my stomach roil. Ah, that's what I call IBS, bud. See? See how he taunts me? I practically deserve to slit his throat. There's not gonna be any throat slitting. Fine, a little throat slitting is okay. I thought I felt eyes on my ass the last hour or so. Yes, everything is always asses with you, isn't it? What can I say? I like what I like. Oh, perhaps you'd like me to cut that tongue of yours, You sure you wanna do that? I remember you praising it quite highly last time I used it. The cloaked individual presses his dagger tighter against Genzo's throat. Snark all you want, but the day will come where I'll let go to do everything I want to you. Oh, you're gonna run to daddy cause a little halfling hurt your feelings? Step in to help. Ignatius steps forward, fists raised in what he hopes is a show of aggression. Hey, get off him. That's my companion. I'll have you know. The man glances up, raises a brow. Picking up strays again? Hey, this one came to me. An unenlightened stray then? He pushes himself to his feet and wipes the dust off his cloak. I'll bite because you're cute. What on earth would you need this hulking lummox for? He's helping me return the jewel of happiness to the sacred altar. Uh-huh. And we need to be on our way too. Let's get moving. No time to lollygag. Speaking of gagging, you should teach your boy how to hold his tongue. There's many a fiend out there with their eyes on that jewel. Really? This thing? I, however, would be happy to fend off and aid you in your noble quest. And I'd be happy to string you up by that rat on your head and leave you for the crows. So testy today, aren't we, dear? You want to keep him all for yourself, do you? More like I know you. You wouldn't help someone willingly if you had put a knife to your balls. Don't tell me you're bored. Daddy sent you on a run on errands again, didn't he? I'm on a mission of extreme importance. Something you could never. He never sends me on errands. Who is this father you keep talking about? Why, the king of imps, of course. I am heir to the throne. Heir to the throne. Last time I checked, you were at the bottom of the list, bud. Daddy doesn't like it when you sleep with a guy trying to off him. A moment of weakness is all. Besides, last time I checked, the bottom of his list is higher than a brain-addled outcast knight. The man grabs Genzo by his mantle with splenetic huff. Both of you just calm down, okay? This isn't getting us anywhere. The man releases him, but none too affably. His hands go to his hips as Genzo rubs begrudgingly at his throat. Thank you. Ignatius looks from the man to Genzo and back again. I just realized I don't even know your name. I just call him Buttface. Orlam. Orlam is fine. I won't require you to address me as royalty. Yet. Yeah, he saves that for when he's got a leash around your throat. Orlam crunches the heel of his boot into the top of Genzo's foot. Genzo yelps. Oh, it's alright, Orlam. You said you wanted to help. I would gladly accept your aid. This brings a proud grin to Orlam's face. And rightfully so. We don't need this help. We were doing just fine on our own. Oh? And how do you propose you were going to cross that field, I don't know, by walking? The way most people cross large tracts of land? And get swallowed up by the collector? No. I can see now you'll never make it across in one piece. You'll need a gift of stealth if you have any hopes of plying this plot. And I suppose that's where you come in, huh? Precisely. 5 minutes later, sees the trio slinking across the darkened field. They dart in and out of the shadows like ghosts in the night, then stop for a moment neath the refuge of a large boulder, quiet, listening. Are you sure there's even anything here? Place is dead as my dick when I think about you. It does seem awfully quiet. Orlam just laughs, impish grin playing on his lips. Oh, don't worry, it's here. The collector feeds on your fear. So, do try to keep these thoughts of yours from succumbing to dread. And whatever you do, don't look at it. Don't look directly at it. Seems simple enough to me. Ignatius curls his arms around his chest as a chill creeps up his spine. Him and avoiding dread have never mixed well. Dread being his constant companion, more like. Something brushes against his shoulder. With a start, he turns around, but there's nothing. Nothing at all, except the empty expanse of the field. A trick of the wind, no doubt, but he can't help the anxiety tickling the back of his neck. Maybe he won't be able to return the jewel after all. Who is he anyway? Not brave, not dependable, certainly not any kind of savior. Maybe he'd been destined to fail all along. At that moment, Orlam motions to them ahead, which roused him from his self-deprecating thoughts. Then, they're moving forward again, around rock and brush, tracing divots in the dirt, swift and silent as they follow the trail of shadow. Orlam leads them neath the blackness of a large decaying tree, and they crouch beneath it with ragged breaths and their chests heaving. Genzo leans towards Orlam with a hiss. You're not just leading us around in circles, are you? And force myself to stay in close proximity even longer. You flatter yourself. Ignatius' discomfort continues to grow. He brings his knees to his chest, grazing out across the shadow-strewn field. Now, the feeling is all over his head and shoulders, like something slithering across his scalp, tracing the length of his collarbone. His breath is coming out faster and faster. Ask for help. Guys, I'm feeling a bit weird. But his two companions continue to bicker and argue amongst themselves, neither of them paying attention to him. Why would they pay attention to him? He's nobody, nothing, a burden to any and all who cross his path. Surely they'd fare better without him. He squeezes his eyes shut as a bead of sweat works its way down his temple. He'll never succeed. He might as well give up now. Why had he thought he'd ever be able to do something heroic? The slithering extends down to his chest, curling and twisting around his neck, his arms, his waist. It's all around him now, but he doesn't care. He closes his eyes. He's a bumbling coward who doesn't deserve anything better. He would never have reached the altar anyway. Never have been able to make a difference. Tighter, twisting. He's being dragged now, pulled away from the safety of the shadows. He should just give up already. At that moment, Orlem leaps to his feet. It's here! It has him! Genzo follows suit, twisting around in horror. Iggs! But by this point, it's too late. The black tentacles coil around Ignatius's form with a possessive tug. Then, yank him free of the shadow and up into the air. Ignatius takes one look at the form of his captor. His eyes widen momentarily, before going completely white, his body limp in the tentacle's grip. Orlem brings his hands to his hair, fingers digging into his scalp. Shit, 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 shit! He's already gone! Gone? What do you mean gone? There's no way now. We can't get close enough without looking at it ourselves. He stops, looks at Genzo. Or perhaps not. Why do I feel like you're going to ask me to do something extremely dangerous? There's no time. I'll try to move around up to the back and distract it. You use that opportunity to cut him free. If this were any other situation, I'd say get fucked. But I think I'd appreciate Iggs staying alive so fine. Fine. That's what I thought. Now go and do the only thing you're good at and slice things in half. Orlem scuttles off into the shadow, dagger at the ready. Genzo unsheaths his sword, back to the tree bark as he keens his ears. It doesn't take long. A motion to the far left, the sound of the blade cutting through the air, followed by a pained whine of something large. Now, Genzo! Genzo wastes no time. He darts out of his hiding place. The beast is huge, massive. All around him, tentacles curling and twisting against the sky, and Ignatius is there in them, in a writhing snarl of a liquid back coils. Genzo follows the sound of them as they whip around him, whirling thrashes that snapped at the air. One flash. Two. His sword arcs through the air, taking out the inky coils one after the other. Take that, you overgrown octopus from hell! The collector screeches, whipping its tentacles into an even greater fervor. They come at Genzo in whip-like lashes. He can barely deflect in time, clinging off the hilt of his sword, slapping against his legs and shoulders, leaving red gashes in their wake. Genzo grunts, swings his sword left, right, aiming at anything and everything disturbing the air. More shrieks. The creature is getting mad now. Tangible fury presents its throes. He's just to your left. Genzo nods, grits his teeth, then plants his firm and plants his feet firmly on the ground and chops. The blade carves neatly through the two tentacle coiled around Ignatius's body. There's an almost audible shudder. A fleeting moment where Ignatius stays suspended in the air. Then, Genzo holds out his arms with a little whistle between his teeth, and Ignatius's limp form falls into them with a clumsy thwump. Genzo doesn't waste another moment. He takes off, short little legs booking it across the dirt. The collector roars and wails and peppers his back and neck with more whip-like snaps. But he doesn't stop. Can't stop. Only when the shrieking finally fades, the air begins to calm, and the ground hardens to packed earth beneath them. Do his harried footsteps slow. He comes to a stop, shoulders heaving and coughs racking his frame. He stands there, catching his breath, keening his ears, listening for any sound, any sign of that thing still coming at him. But there's nothing. The air is deathly still aside from his breathing. Complete and utter silence. Until Orlump jumps down from who knows where to land on the ground beside him. Genzo yelps and falls back on his ass. Give him here. What's wrong with him? I already said he's gone. But there might be a way to bring him back if we act fast. What the hell does that mean? But Orlum doesn't respond. He's already got Ignatius laid out on the ground and is currently snapping his fingers in front of his eyes. Ignatius remains silent, his eyes as white as the bangs framing his face. Orlum curses beneath his breath and begins rifling through his pack. Yeah, you mean he's like passed out or some shit? Yes, passed out for all eternity. This answer finally seems to stop Genzo short. He runs a nervous hand through the air, corner of his mouth twisting downward. Wait, am I dead? Yeah, he'd better not be dead. You're not dead, don't worry. Why do I not trust you, Mr. Antagonist over here? You know, that was pretty gallant of you, though, Genzo. It was? Oh, no praise for me, I see. Perhaps I should have left you there to rot. Thank you too, Orlum. What? What did I say? I think you broke him. Dumb bastard probably hasn't had anyone thank him for anything in this goddamn life. Orlum finishes searching through his pack, pulling out a small vial of grey liquid. He shakes it next to his ear. The hell is that? My wake you wake potion. Sometimes I need my targets awake, you know? It's quite strong. I'm gonna do myself a favor and not ask. Anyway, it may be just what we need to jumpstart him back to reality. You should have known you had something weird to put in his mouth. Orlum kneels down beside Ignatius's head, prodding his mouth open with his fingers. He yanks the cork out of the vial with his teeth, then pours the entirety of its contents down the other man's throat. 1 second, two. Both of them just watch Ignatius's limp form on the ground. Then, in a whooping fit of coughs, Ignatius begins to convulse. Hacking, hacking, hacking away, he curls inward, tears flooding his eyes as his hand comes to his mouth. It lasts for a good minute more, the sound of it both excruciating yet hopeful, and when finally the convulsions die down, Ignatius's eyes have cleared. He looks first to Orlam, then to Genzo. Welcome back. Hug Orlam. Feeling incredibly overcome, Ignatius launches himself to Orlam, arms going around his waist as he buries his face somewhere around his belly. Orlam's eyes nearly bug out of his head. That's, He pushes back on Ignatius's shoulders in an obvious discomfort. Both Ignatius refuses to let go. I was so scared. I didn't know where I was or what was going on. I was just so alone. Well, you're fine now. So you can just... Thank you for saving me from that place. Orlam's eyes twitches. He gives another push, extra hard this time, and finally succeeds in extricating Ignatius from his frame. He rises to his feet, turns to Genzo. Take care of your little cleric, would you? He needs to rest for a while. I'm going to secure the perimeter. The last thing we need is another surprise attack. Then, with somewhat embarrassed twist of his heels, he turns and walks away, disappearing back into the night. Genzo plops to a seat next to Ignatius. After a few moments of scratching his head and listening to Ignatius's belabored breath, he pulls his pack off his back and positions it beneath the other man's head. Try to get some rest, eh? We still got a long road ahead. Silence falls between them, especially loud against the surrounding quiet. And then finally, glad you're still with us though, yeah? Ignatius smiles and lets his eyes flutter close. The trio spends the night beneath the stars, taking turns resting and keeping watch as Ignatius sleeps. Orlam builds a fire. Genzo shares the salt tack in jars of homemade preserves he'd brought with them. And by morning, Ignatius has mostly recovered, if one ignores the occasional relapse of vomiting. So, they set off back down the trail, once more headed in the direction of their goal with hopes high, and only the intermittent doubt crossing their minds. On and on they walk, following the twisted path over rock and under hill, until, just as the sun has hit its peak in the sky, they approach the crossroads. And smack at the center of this crossroads, they see a figure. The figure is unmoving, simply standing in the middle of the path. And even as they near, he remains still. In fact, they get all the way within a few yards of the figure, with still no sign of movement. They come to a halt, stand there. The figure stands there, just staring in their general direction, but making no sign that he'd noticed them. Ignatius looks to his companions, who simply shoo him forward. He takes a step with a wince. Hello? No response. Nothing but the same far-off stare. Ignatius shifts to one foot to the other, looks back, receives nothing but a shrug from his companions, tries again. Hello? The figure gives a sudden start. Who's there? Ignatius takes a startled step backward. We're, passing through is all. But the sight of you standing in the road was so strange we thought we shouldn't. He trails off with a little wave of his arms. He's not entirely sure how to finish his remarks, so he leaves it be. The blonde gentleman looks at him for a while, eyes dilating, then seems to realize something. You are one of my father's sent with a jewel, yes? Father? Ignatius's hands go instinctively to the jewel inside his robe. Wait, so then doesn't that make you the prince? You two are quick-witted, aren't you? Whoa, wait just a minute. Are all of us just going to ignore that the fact that Gidget is what, Iggy? I believe what our pallid compatriot is saying is man. Or rather, handsome one at that. What's wrong with that, huh? We can be whoever we want to be, can't we? I mean, sure, I guess. I just thought it would be fun is all. Besides, I always make guy characters when I play games. I just like it better. You don't have a problem with it, do you, Iggy? Me? No, of course I don't. You just look very dapper. The prince narrows his eyes in intense scrutiny, studying Ignatius from head to foot. Yes, you don't look dependable at all. It's a good thing I came. Now give it here. Give what here? The jewel, of course. Someone like you would never be able to reach the sacred altar. But I will ensure my father's will is done. The prince reaches forward. Ignatius takes another hurried step backwards, clutching at his robe. This is my quest. Your father gave it to me, and I'm going to complete it. Yes, well, my father didn't know that a hapless fool you were. Now, give me the jewel. Don't give him the jewel. Ignatius stomps his feet on the ground. If you want this jewel, you'll have to take it from me. I will return it to the sacred altar. Very well. If you're apparently as naive as you are inept. The prince unsheaths his saber, long and thin, and points at it at Ignatius's throat. I shall take it from your cold, dead corpse. This is enough to spur both Ignatius's companions into action. Genzo's sword comes out. A quick arc of it sends the tip of the prince's saber to his side with a clang. And Orlam is behind the prince with nigh invisible celerity. His dagger going to the prince's throat. The prince attempts to jerk away, prompting Orlam to press the blade tighter against his skin. Go on, try me. I have always dreamed of committing regicide. Orlam pushes his face into the back of the prince's neck. The prince scowls. My father will have your head if you so much lay a scratch on me. Genzo brings his sword up at this, directing it at the prince's chest. Yeah? Well, I'll have your guts for garters if you don't think about touching our cleric. Guys, let's just calm down, okay? Let's perhaps not resort to straight to violence. Ignatius looks the prince up and down. Maybe, Prince Gent. Right, Prince Gent can simply join us. Then he'd still be able to ensure I complete my quest successfully. At this, the weapons finally fall. The four of them looking between each other with furtive glances of uncertainty. Join forces? What on earth makes you think I would do such a thing? I don't know, maybe 'cause it's 3 against 1, bud? And I doubt a sweet kingy would appreciate his son's head delivered to him via express courier. Okay, maybe we stop threatening the prince considering I don't want to be arrested for treason. Treason would be the least scandalous thing I've done time for. Be right back. Purging my brain for what you just said, thanks. Stop talking about me like I'm not here. Convince him with an endearing smile. Ignatius can't see that the prince might have required more convincing, and what a better way to prove his sincerity than with an award-winning smile, summoning every ounce of charm he can muster. He cocks his head to the side with a smile that might as well be made of sugar. Won't you help us, please? The prince looks at him for a moment, then takes a step backward with a start. He brings his hand to his mouth with a flustered cough. Suppose I can find it in my heart to lend you my aid. Momentarily, at least. He straightens, coughs again, smooths down an errant lock of hair. Yes, I think this arrangement would mutually benefit both our parties. So, I shall accompany you. I can only hope for my sword will prove a worthy asset. I'd be happy to evaluate its worth. I wasn't talking to you. Despite the prince's awkward demeanor, Ignatius considers this trial of persuasion a success, and though the anxiety may still plague his belly, he feels something new has joined it. Confidence in his newfound companions. Perhaps he'll be able to complete his quest after all. And so, the newly formed quartet starts anew, back on track and headed to the direction of the sacred altar. Would their combined forces prove enough to deliver it safely and restore its light? The answer lies shrouded in mystery. The companions walk and walk. And walk and walk. For the sacred altar is very far. Days pass. Weeks pass. Months pass. Okay, this is starting to feel a bit ridiculous. It can't possibly be that far. And why was the one of those scenes in the middle of the fucking ocean? This is starting to seem a bit excessive. And glaringly convenient too. You don't even have to come up with narration for all of these many moons of travel. You guys got beef with how my award-winning author husband is writing the story? Award-winning? What award did he win? My heart, of course. Everyone's gotta be a critic. Here, I thought I was doing you all a favor by skipping over the boring parts. Well, maybe they wouldn't be boring if you've made them interesting. For once, I agree with Freckle Nuts over here. You try writing a complete story in less than a month. I think you're doing great, babe. Maybe you can just have us run into the next obstacle? That usually provides an opportunity for character-driven conflict. Fine, fine. You run into the next obstacle. It's a giant eye. I don't know. I don't even fucking care. The group suddenly runs into a new obstacle. It's a giant eye, sitting right in the middle of the bridge they need to cross. No one knows how it got there. It's just there. The four of them stare up at the eye in wonderment. What are we looking at, folks? I can practically hear the collective dick shriveling taking place in your pants right now. It's a giant eyeball. Concerning. Can we avoid it? Considering its girth is currently occupying the width of the bridge, I would say no. Yeah, figured as much, but though I'd ask. The prince puffs his chest and takes an only slightest hesitant step forward. You dare! Creature? I know not of your motive for blocking the path right now, but I must ask you to relocate yourself at once. We must cross the bridge on an important business for the king. There's no response from the eye. The prince turns around in search for answers from his companions, but receives nothing but a series of shrugs. He takes another step forward, only for the sudden rumble to overtake the bridge, sending its precarious planks into a flurry of undulating tremors. Ignatius's stomach flops in rapidly building nausea. At his feet, he can't keep his feet centered in the middle of the bridge. Already, he can feel his balance starting to give, and he's tilting towards the edge. Jump towards Ghent, willing what little remaining strength he can put into his wobbling legs. He aims himself at Ghent without thinking, and jumps. Cleric, what are you? The prince doesn't have a chance to finish his question. In a flash, Ignatius is flush against the chest in a flurry of white-robed limbs. Ghent pulls him closer in instinct, holding him tight as the bridge rocks and quakes around them. And only once the tremors have subsided does his grip loosen. With a start, he grabs Ignatius's shoulder and pushes him away. Try to be more careful. Sorry, it happened so fast and I lost my balance. The prince coughs and looks away. Then perhaps you should pay more attention. You do realize if we lose you, we lose our jewel, yes? Ignatius's gaze drops to the ground. Sorry, you're right. Hey, give the guy a break. He's doing his best. Well, maybe his best isn't enough. Genzo's hand goes to the hilt of his sword. You wanna say that again? Guys, stop it. He's right. I'll be more careful. The prince turns away in a huff. That is all I ask. Genzo snorts but lets his hands fall back to his sides. Royal prick. Look at you, Mr. Popular. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Just a casual observation from a friend. Up ahead, the prince clears his throat loudly. If we're all done playing around, we can deal with this new problem we had on our hands. The eye turns back to the front, to where the giant pupil of the eye has rolled over to face them, and is now staring at them curiously. Ignatius feels a shiver curl up his spine. Fortunately, the prince once again takes the lead. He steps forward, clears his throat. If you are indeed sentient, then I ask that you heed our request and allow us passage. We have urgent business to complete on the other side of the bridge. The eye looks from the prince to Ignatius to Genzo, then Orlam in turn. It turns its massive, watery pupil back to the prince. Answer me these questions, 3. Then passage I shall decree. It talks? Impressive, given its lack of oral cavity. You can just say mouth like a normal person. The prince shushes them with a wave of his hand. Very well then, ask us your question. The pupil shudders. The pupil of the eye shudders, dilates. Then, in a booming voice that sends the planks beneath their feet trembling. In the function number var base num equals 2. If you were to call this variable base num outside the function, what would be the output to the console? What the fuck kind of question is that, Hunar? Isn't it usually some kind of riddle or something? All I have is this JavaScript for Dummies book, so sue me. I think it's well tactic. Riddles are so last decade. We're going to die. The prince pauses for a moment in confusion, then straightens, smiles. Child's play. The answer is undefined. How did you... Correct. The prince glares at Ignatius, for who once is looking quite proud of himself. You think you're pretty smart then, do you? I may know a thing or two from time to time. Next question. When using array length on var list of pets equals dog, cat, bird, sparrow, what would be the output of list of pets dot length? 4. Correct. Now, it's Ignatius's turn to glare. The prince just smiles. Not so fast on the uptake, are you, cleric? I was distracted for a moment. Typical excuse. Do you have any idea what's going on? Not a clue. Good. Glad it's not just me. Next question. Ignatius and the prince both braced themselves. Which HTTP verb would a developer use to request an update to a product's details from a server? Put. Correct. The two of them grin at each other, eyes aflame with passion. Congratulations, I do not have any more questions. With another shudder, the eye rolls off to the side of the bridge. It disappears into the water, far, far, far below, without so much as a splash. That was quite possibly the weirdest fucking thing I've ever experienced. The prince turns to Ignatius, lips still curl into a smile. I suppose you're not as incompetent as I originally made of you, cleric. My opinion of you has risen. Ignatius is having a hard time containing his own grin. You're not half bad yourself. Maybe between the two of us, we will be able to finish this thing. The prince laughs. Indeed, I do believe our chances have just increased. The two of them clasp hands for a moment of triumph and camaraderie that could even rival the most famous of shonen anime. What are we then? The peanut gallery? We may have just been relegated to the comic relief. And so, the four companions continued their journey, through rain and shine, through water and muck, and on the horizon, the spires of the sacred altar grow even nearer. Wonder how much farther we still till we reach this holy Alta Vista or whatever it was called. 1.5 miles. Damn, what the fuck? You have a built-in GPS or something? There's a sign. I feel incredibly sheepish. We're almost there then. Finally, we'll be able to complete our quest. Or will you? With a collective gasp, the group turns at this new voice, only to find themselves surrounded on all sides by towering 7-foot-tall rabbit soldiers. They draw their weapons. Now this is a surprise. Looks like Easter's come early this year. You will allow us to pass if you know what's good for you, rabbits. The king has been watching you very closely on this so-called quest of yours. My father? Your father? The king? Don't make me laugh. I mean the real king. What are you even talking about? What does it matter? You'll be dead soon anyway. Nab 'em, boys! The rabbits charge. They're quick as lightning, giant furred masses that move with exhilarating speed. And Ignatius can only watch as his companions begin to fight. He scoots in an attempt to get out of the way, but they're everywhere. More and more of them join the fray. To his left, Genzo is deflecting incoming spear attacks with well-placed arcs of his sword. To his front, Orlum is leaping in and out of the incoming onslaught, landing jabs of his daggers on their necks and arms. And to his right, Gent is parrying two sets of spears while peppering their owners with jousts of his saber. Clanks, clashes, and fleshy thwacks surround him on all sides. He has to He has to sidestep again and again whenever the flurry of weaponry grows too near. He can't even keep up with it. It's too much, and it's happening too fast. Swirling chaos around him, with nothing he can do to help. A grunt to his left. Genzo gets hit first. He can see the flash of red across his arm from the spear he hadn't managed to evade. Then, a heavy thud. One of the rabbits has caught hold of Orlum's cloak and thrown him to the ground, hard. Orlum leaps back to his feet, but it's clear he's hurting. A yelp of pain to his right. Now Gent too has taken a hit. 3 flesh claw marks have been gouged into the flesh of his cheek. He needs to do something. He needs to help them. But who? It's all happening so fast. Help Gent. He moves on instinct, darting towards his left before his mind can talk himself out of it. Gent! Cleric, what are you doing? Helping you. I don't need your help. You're bleeding. It's just a flesh wound. Just shut up and let me heal you. Go heal someone who needs it. The sheer fervor of this altercation is enough to confuse the surrounding rabbits, who spend a good 30 seconds just watching the back and forth riposts. At some point, however, they must realize they're missing an opening, because they raise their spears and come lunging en masse. Iggy, watch out! Ignatius is so thrown off by the use of his name, he barely has a chance to turn around, before Gent is shoving him out of the way. He's flying, before hitting the dirt hard, the impact taking his breath away and sending stars across his eyes. Once he's recovered his wits, he attempts to return to his feet. Gent! Stay down! Do you want to lose your head? The prince shoots him a glare between rapid-fire parries of his saber. And let you get all the glory? You stubborn... But something in this must have thrown the prince's rhythm off guard, because in his flurry of parries, he misses an incoming spear onto the right. Then, the side of it slams across his shoulder, sending the saber from his hand to his body spinning backwards to the ground. Gent! Ignatius rushes to the prince's side, kneeling down next to him. But it's already too late. 2, 3, 4 spears are already pointed at their heads. Why don't we just all hold our fucking horses here, eh? A sudden voice booming across the entire clearing stops all of them in their tracks. A shadow from above. Then, the 6'2" woman rises to her full height. Giant ass perched on her shoulder. Someone call for Buxley sandwich? Ha! The cavalry finally arrives. Time to turn the turntables. Turn the... Whatever. It's skull cracking time. What? Nothing, I just never imagined you so homicidal. Are you sure you can handle all of these rabbits though? You wound me, friend. I'm not some floozy who ain't got the chops. Now, let's get this party started. The rabbits gaze in surprise at the newcomer monopolizing the attention of the clearing. One finally works up the courage to charge at her. Bucks takes his head clean off his neck with one mighty swing of her axe. Everyone watches it bounce to the ground with fleshy thump. 1 second. 2. The rabbits quickly go into panic mode, running this way and that, trying to scatter away. But Bucks isn't finished with them. With a giant guffaw that rattles their very bones, she rushes forward with all heavy sinews and untapped furor of a stampeding axe. She swings left, right, uppercuts one right up the crotch, then spins, severing spear tips and dick tips and limbs alike. In a veritable squall of swirling, whirling, iron-plated entropy. Bunnykins, try! But they tried, I ain't got the spry. Bunnykins try, but they ain't got the spry. She turns towards another cluster, currently cowering in their ears plastered to the top of their heads. More of them, huh? Good. I'm still hungry. Then, she's rushing forward again. Axe like a mighty cleaver, bringing down hell's judgment on the unfortunate Lapines. After about 10 of the rabbits are in various states of dismemberment on the dirt, she finally slows, watching lackadaisically as the remaining few scuttle into the distance. Chicken-livered and a lot of them. No one else wants a taste of old Bucksy, I see. Dripping blood and guts and furry clumps onto the ground, she wanders over to the group. You folks okay? Looks like you've seen a ghost. The ghost of Christmas past come to make me repent for my sins, maybe. You were incredibly capable, ma'am. That was just a warm-up. Gotta keep these guns in shape, you know? I shudder to think what you'd consider a true workout. Feeling all of the sudden somewhat courageous, all perhaps a bit terrified at the prospect of what could have happened, Ignatius steps forward, outstretched in supplication. We're on a quest to return the jewel of happiness to the sacred altar and restore its light. Your strength would prove invaluable in helping us reach our destination. Will you lend us your aid? Bucks looks at Ignatius, looks at the rest of the group, who all merely return the look of furtively hopeful silence, then smiles, laughs. The force of it sends spatters of gory goo to the ground below with each heave. Sure, seems fun enough. You can count on old Bucksy here to try to keep you folks in one piece. I'll have your butts like a butt crack. Wonderful. I will make sure my father rewards you handsomely. Wait a minute. Reward? Nobody said anything about a reward to me. Next to them, Orlum can only eye Buck's gore-bedecked biceps in growing appetence. The finally complete quintet continues the remainder of their journey without issue. Their path takes them up to a winding cliffside to where a giant castle overlooks the plains. It's positively enormous and boasting towering walls, soaring spires, with the thick-set bulwarks strong enough to fend off even the most heinous of onslaughts. This is the sacred altar? Indeed. What else were you expecting? I don't know. It's something not quite so imposing, I guess? Suddenly not sure if I'm here to return the Jewel of Happiness or rescue a princess from her tower. Why not both? I've always been a big fan of multitasking. I just have to ask, what's your opinion on strap-ons? Strap-ons? Straps on what and where? Don't worry, I could teach you. The group approaches the giant front door with a massive ziggurat. A strange apparatus is embedded into the wooden frame of the door. A good 10 or so rotating mechanisms make up its body, and an assortment of unintelligible symbols decorate its front. There seems to be some kind of archaic lock, puzzle of sorts. I barely even understand what I'm looking at, let alone how to open it. There must be a way. What happened to all the highfalutin, nerd-spouting brouhaha back on the bridge, huh? That's different. This looks literally impossible. Let me take a look. Bucks comes stomping to the front. She takes one look at the lock, one look at the door, before promptly raising her axe and chopping the entire thing in half. The door shudders for a moment before collapsing in on itself in a woody cacophony. What? Wait a minute, you can't do that? Why not? Seems like the simplest way to me. You were supposed to come up with a carefully crafted solution that combines all 5 of your strengths in a brilliant feat of teamwork. Anar, this is us we're talking about. Work together? Are you mad? Or that would force Genzo not to be an asshole, which I can't see happening anytime soon. Oh yeah? Well, you'd have to stop acting like a sun-dried dick all the time. Oh, so witty. What exactly is a sun-dried dick? Do pray tell. It's what I'm going to do to your... with my... Then when you freckled... Aww, they're getting along... They're getting so into their roles. I'm glad they're having so much fun. Fun? Can't we all go back to the unimpressive feat of strength I just performed in our wooden adversary over here? The 4 of them stare at Buck's handiwork with synchronous gulps and barely restrained awe. Ignatius even pees a little. Well, what are y'all waiting for? Let's break and enter this holy hack job. Heaving her axe back up her shoulder, Bucks takes off into the newly opened doorway, breaking off further its bits of wood's doorframe on top of her head. The others are quick to fall in line behind her, half tripping as they climb over rubble into the darkness beyond. Once inside, they find themselves in a large hall. Tall pillars of marble line the walls, and plummeting tapestries. And plummeting tapestries hang from the golden ceiling like carpets descended from heaven. Ignatius takes a step out into the grand expanse of the foyer, looks around. Hello? His voice echoes off the domed ceiling. There's no response. No one home, perhaps? What you expect? Some kind of holy ground we'd have to give some good-ass pounding? Sounds risque. I don't really know, I guess. Ignatius pulls the jewel of happiness from his robes, gazing down at its dull, lifeless surface. But what do I do with this thing? It doesn't exactly come with instructions. He begins scrutinizing its surface as though looking for an answer. Was kinda hoping it'd just light up or something when we'd arrive. Mayhap the answer lied deeper within? Yeah, this place is honking huge. Gotta use our peepers to take a little look-see, I guess. Ignatius takes one last look at the jewel, then nods and slips it back into his robe. You're right, let's look around. Their verve restored, they set off once more, into the darkness of the castle. It's quiet around them, deathly quiet, their steps echoing out across the marble halls. From one hallway to the next they walk, each one longer than the next, but each one completely empty. Nothing but long, still corridors that seem to lead into the darkened obscurity. We gonna be able to find our way back? This is getting awfully maze-like. Ignatius turns to look back at what they'd come. It's as equally dark as the way ahead, and he can't remember that they'd turned the turns they'd made, but they don't really have much of a choice at this point. They'll just have to keep pressing forward. Come on, I'm sure we'll be able to find something soon. Then it's back to shouldering onward. But the air is different now, colder, heavier, weighing down on them from all sides. He can feel it in his bones, a deep-seated kind of chill that sends his stomach into anxiety-ridden knots. And he can feel his fingers trembling, to the point that he needs to curl them into the folds of his robe. The lights flicker. A shuttered on, off, on, off. Ignatius stops in his tracks, waits a moment, then, when they seem to stabilize again, looks back. He blinks, wondering at first if he's just seeing things. Then, shakes his head. No, someone is. Someone's missing. Where's Bucks? The rest of the group turns around to look. But the warrior woman in question is nowhere in sight. She's gone. You said something weird to her, didn't you? I said nothing of the sort. I was merely making an offer. Just fucking great. Thanks to this freckled McHorn dog over here, we've lost our only capable party member. More like she'd had enough of your boorish tongue, you uncouth brute. Oh yeah? Well, you can take this boorish tongue and shove it up your scrawny behind. I'd love to, dear, but this doesn't seem like the appropriate time or place. Oh, for fuck's sake, excuse me while I hurl. Would you two be quiet already? Ignatius brings a shaky hand to his hair. The chills are ramping up now, up and across his arms like tingly firecrackers. She couldn't have just... A glance to the front, a glance to the back. The hallway is completely clear on both sides. I guess we just keep going then. Oh no, it's the flickering again. Heart twisting, he twirls around, searching. Orlam's gone. Thank God. I thought he'd never leave. This is not a good thing. Agree to disagree, I guess, your royal I don't give a rat's behindness. Ignatius gulps. His heart is really starting to pick up now. If this keeps up. But no. He shakes his head. They need to keep moving. Everything will be fine. The next time the light flicker, he spins on his heels, refusing to let another one of them disappear in front of his eyes. But it's already too late. By the time he's facing backward, Ghent is the only one standing behind him. I'm beginning to grow mildly alarmed. The feeling is more than mutual. There's another flicker, followed by another, and then the lights go out for good. Ignatius gives a little whine in terror and steps back until he hits the wall. It's quiet for a moment. Quiet save the rapid beating of Ignatius's heart. It echoes up inside his head with a dull thrum. Then... Iggy? Yeah? Where are you? Somehow, the sound of Ghent's voice seems to calm him, and despite the fear still gripping his frame, he manages to pull himself away from the wall. I'm here. He reaches forward in the darkness, groping. He hits something soft, jerks back, then reaches again. A clumsy meeting of fingers. Then, their hands clasp together. It's silent for a moment. Now, we, won't lose each other now at least. Right. Then, they're moving forward. Just the two of them, down the corridor of endless darkness. Around them, the walls seem to undulate with invisible waves. A tangible sense of isolation closing in on them. But Ignatius keeps his tongue focused on Ghent's hand. But Ignatius keeps his thoughts focused on Ghent's hand, on the soft feeling of it between his fingers. A beacon of light even in the thick curtain of shadow threatening to strangle them. It's comforting. We're not to speak of this later, you know. Of course not. Just making sure. But Ignatius can't keep the small grin from frowning on his face at the words, particularly when Ghent's fingers tighten around his. He feels himself begin to ease somewhat. Yes, they'll be able to get through this. So as long as they have each other. In fact, he's just beginning to regain some of confidence when he realizes Gent's hand is gone. He stops, reaches forward, swings his arm in increasingly panicked flourishes. But the prince is simply gone. Gent? There's no response, and already Ignatius can feel himself start to curl in on himself. He's alone. He's so fucking alone. The darkness closing in on him. Okay, I've had about enough of this. Where'd you guys go? Can we finish this scene up already? Guys? Guys, what the fuck? Gidget? That's when the floor opens up beneath him. He doesn't know for how long he falls. It's dark all around him, like he's falling through nothingness. A gaping dark abyss surrounds him on all sides. There's something oddly familiar about it. The wind whipping up around him, the silence forming a dull buzz in his ears. But how? How could it be familiar? How could any of this be familiar? The thought makes his stomach twist. What's going on? He doesn't even know anymore. He's lost. Lost in something much bigger than himself, with no way to stop it. And he's just beginning to wonder if he'll simply keep falling over forever. The ground rises up beneath him like a steam engine to the gut. Voices. That's the first thing he comprehends. There's voices around him. Clanky iron footsteps. But dark. Still dark. He can't see anything. And his head is ringing like he's been bashed in the ears with the world's largest gong. He groans, tries to push himself up, only to be immediately grabbed from behind. Two sets of strong hands grip beneath his pits and pull him to his feet. Well, what the hell? He tries to pull away, but the fingers digging into his skin are like iron rods. Then they're moving, marching forward, held just high enough that he can't quite touch the ground, his toes scraping the floor. And as they walk, he begins to hear it. Stomps, synchronous, crisp and thundering, and chants, an entire chorus of them, growing louder and louder. The ground trembles beneath his feet, louder. He can feel it in his bones now, vibrating up through his spine, a panic tremolo stirring his heart. The world opens up all around him, taking his breath away. It's some kind of vast underground hall, everything red, hot, glowing and glowing. Lava cascades down from awe-inspiringly high ceilings that gleam in brilliant gold. Flame bubble up like a dragon's breath in puffs that warp in the air around them. And in the crowd, the army, immeasurable in their amount and lined up through either side of the path in front of him. Tens of thousands of rabbit soldiers. And all of them stomping, chanting, pounding their spears against the hard-packed earth. Jerry! 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 Ignatius swallows hard as his captors begin dragging him down the aisle. The sound is deafening. The chanting so loud and so zealous, it makes his very bones tremble, his heart thrum. Jerry! 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 Back and forth he watches the fervent soldiers in their frenzied exultation, dragged further and further along, the air scorching his lungs. He can see a gathering up ahead, past the ranks of soldiers. More rabbits holding small figures between them. His companions. He squeezes his eyes shut, the world starting to spin around him. Jerry! 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 Closer and closer. Until a throne comes into view past the gathering. Its gold gilding glinting in incandescent lights of the flames. Jerry! 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 He feels dizzy. The heat curling up inside him as the echoing chants continue to assault his ears. Finally, they make it to the end. And his captors drag him in line with the rest of his companions. They turn to look at him, faces a mixture of indignation and apprehension. All of them forced to their knees, with their arms cocked out like chicken wings. Ignatius returns the look with a gulp of uncertainty. When all of the sudden, the chants come to an abrupt stop. The entire army goes down on one knee in a synchronous series of iron clangs. Silence, then footsteps behind them, heavy and echoing as they approach. My dear friends, so kind of you to finally join me. Sentry 284? The rabbit in question doesn't move for a moment. Then his ears rocket skyward, body stiffened like a rod. I told you to call me Jerry. The bark makes Ignatius flinch. Orlum, however, just grins. You really expect me to stoop to that level? You rabbits are nothing but extendable pawns. Who needs names when your only purpose in life is to serve the king? Jerry twitches, then stomps over. He grabs Orlum by the base of his rat tail and yanks him into the air. The king? The king, you say? Jerry marches over to the side of the platform, overlooking the simmering pool of lava below. Seems to me I'm the king now. He thrusts Orlum over the edge with an enraged huff. Or are you as typhlotic? Or are you as typhlotic as you are conceited? Orlum's face twists in pain and his legs kick uselessly beneath him. Jerry, stop! Jerry blinks, turns back, looks at Ignatius, smiles. Yes, I am forgetting myself, aren't I? He throws Orlum to the ground with a wince-inducing thud. Orlum goes rolling. When he tries to push himself back to his feet, Jerry brings a foot down his back, slamming him back to the ground. I have more important matters to attend than this. Dethroned rat. He kicks him off to the side, where he's snatched up by the duo of guards. Jerry wanders towards Ignatius, his hand to chin in apparent wonderment. Very important matters indeed. You'll unhand us at once, or you'll have my father to answer to. Your father? Your father? Jerry. Ears curl up in amusement, his eyes flashing, then laughing, high-pitched squeaks that bite at their hearts and eardrums like knives. Haven't you figured it out? None of this is real. This noble little quest of yours was nothing more than a carefully laid trap. And you fell for it. And you all fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Genzo responds with a snap of his teeth and sends Jerry back with a little laugh. Huh? What do you mean? Jerry shakes his head in sardonic pity. Why, the jewel, silly. He cups Ignatius' cheek in his hands, tutting beneath his breath. I need to destroy that naughty piece of gravel in order to keep my glorious new kingdom intact. Now, he's molding and mashing Ignatius' face between his palms. We wouldn't want you to use that thing to wish all of this away from me, would we? Get your fucking hands off him! Down, boy! Jerry sighs and flicks Genso's forehead, who reels back with a growl. No, I've made far too much progress for that. I can't go back to that. Got that caitiff I was before. No more go clean up the stalls, 284. Or stop dawdling in the back of the line, 284. Or report to my chambers, 284. No, now I'm the one making the wishes. I'm the one making the rules. I am the one turning this kingdom into paradise for all rabbit kind. This is Jerry's wonderland now. The rabbit's gone and lost his goddamn mind. As have most the people reading this by now, I'm sure. You still think this is a game? Some kind of visual novel you can read and peruse at your own leisure? You actual morons. This is your reality now, or haven't you figured that out yet? As soon as I destroyed that yellow potato, things will never go back to normal. Normal for you, but hell for us rabbits. But now, I get to make your life hell. Why do I feel like I've heard that line before? Search me. I'll never give you the jewel. Jerry stops, smiles. Look at you, being all brave. Well, sorry, kid, but there ain't much you can do at this point. He snaps his fingers at the guards. Turn him over. Ignatius's world quickly turns upside down as the nearest guard grabs him by the ankle. Then, he's hanging uselessly in the air, his robe fluttering around him. One shake, two, then the jewel of happiness falls to the ground with a dull thud. The guard drops him back to his feet. Jerry smiles and walks towards it, but Ignatius moves before he can even stop his head from spinning. He darts towards the jewel, hand outstretched, only for the nearest guide to sideswipe him with a spear. He goes tumbling to the ground. At first, he can't seem to breathe. There's pressure overtaking his chest, and he realizes with a start that the impact must have cracked some of his ribs. Pain. He brings a hand onto his chest with a wince. Pain is so intense that it takes his brain a second to catch up with it. He coughs, sending red spatters to the floor. then looks up to his companions, just staring at him in shock. No, he can't. He wobbles back to his feet. I won't let you have it. Starts for the jewel. This time, the attacks come from behind, slamming his chin onto the floor. He groans, head spinning. Lightning-like tendrils of pain are shooting up and down his spine, and he feels something chalky in his mouth. He spits out 2, 3, 4 cracked bits of tooth. No. But he still wobbles to his feet. He has to restore happiness to the world. He stumbles towards the jewel, body trembling. A spear goes for his shins, and there's a crack as the bones break. Fuck. The pain is all over now, pulsing in and out, setting his brain on fire. He gazes up at his companions. That's right, he has to make them happy. All of them, his friends. He starts crawling towards the jewel. He can see it there, just out of reach, lying on the ground. The key to their happiness. It's all up to him. Closer. He's wheezing now. Horrible throaty breaths that claw at his lungs. Closer. Cold chills run up and down his spine, his arms, his legs, and his robe feels unbearably heavy. So heavy, it's as though it's pulsating him straight to the ground. So heavy, it's as though it's pushing him straight into the ground. Closer. He reaches a hand out, trembling fingers seeking out the jewel. He has to. Jerry's foot comes down on his hand. The pain is immediate, shooting up through his hand, his arm, his shoulder, sending a panic gasp between his lips. He can't move. His body goes completely rigid, muscles not responding, brain on overdrive. Jimply simply watches, tisking as he shakes his hand. Look at you, so stubborn. He grinds his foot harder into Ignatius's hand, bones crunching between his heel. But it's too late. Everything is already in play. You are not the star of the show anymore. He leans down, fingers gripping the back of Ignatius's head and wrenching it upward. Don't look sad though. I won't kill you. I need you alive. Killing you would only reset the cycle, you see. But that doesn't mean I won't make the rest of your life a living nightmare. He glances up, smirks. And it doesn't mean I have to keep them alive either. I did say a little throat slitting was okay, didn't I? He snaps his fingers. And the guards holding his companions promptly run their knives across each of their throats. Ignatius's eyes nearly bug out of their sockets. He can only watch as their bodies slump to the floor. You! His eyes fill up with tears, lips blubbering uselessly. Jerry sighs and lets Ignatius's head fall back to the ground with a thud, then swipes the jewel and pushes himself back to his feet. Me what? If you're not going to even speak clearly with me, this relationship is going to be such a chore. But don't worry, we'll have a long time to get to know each other better. He He walks back towards his throne with a snicker, tossing the jewel up and down with each step. Ignatius pulls his hand towards his chest, body curling in on itself. He couldn't. He couldn't do it. Couldn't save them. Couldn't make them happy. Tears leaked down his cheeks to pool in his tears. He can't do it. Anything. Happy. What would make him happy? All this time, he'd been focused on them. But what about him? Shouldn't he deserve happiness too? He closes his eyes. Yes, that's right. What does he want? What would make him happy? At the moment, he feels a warmth inside his chest, the tiniest warmth, growing up and out of his heart, warding off the chill and the shakes, filling him up from the inside out. Yes, that person makes him happy. If only he could have told them. At the moment, the jewel in Jerry's hand begins to glow. It starts as a dim glimmer, then grows and grows, blossoming into a brilliant amber gleam. Jerry stops with a start. What the? There's a brilliant flash. Then, beams of light begin to shoot out of the jewel, one after the other. They extend all the way through the hall, past the hall, out across the plains into the sky. More and more and more, until the jewel grows so bright and hot that Jerry can't hold on to it anymore. With a yelp, he steps back, and it rises up into the air, still spewing more and more light. There's a rumble. Then, the world begins to shake around them. Bits of ceiling begin falling to the ground into the lava, and the platforms start undulating beneath their feet, heaving precariously back and forth. Bringing them, behind them, the army of rabbits flies into panic. They run left, right, shouting and screaming in their attempt to escape the hall. But through that dim, another noise emerges. A saber. It slices through the air, clanging against armor and spear, carving through flesh and fur, and from the roiling, raving din, Gent appears. He ascends the stairs to the throne, stands over Ignatius, shoulders heaving and breath ragged. You stay back! Stay back, I said! Gent smirks. I would burn you alive for what you did, Rabbit. But fortunately for you, I have more important matters to attend to. He drops his saber to the ground with a clatter, kneels down next to Ignatius. Can you move, Iggy? I'm not sure. Gent grimaces, seems to be trying to figure out something in his head. And then finally, Ignatius takes Ignatius into his arms. You're stronger than you look. Did you know? I got a black belt in Taekwondo back in the day. Ignatius smirks but lets himself rest again against Gent's chest all the same. Now then, shall we, as they say, give this place the slip? Please don't ever say that again. Gent turns on his heels with a regal spin, throws a confident grin up into the air, then runs. Down, down, down through the din and chaos and the smoke they run. through the still panicking rabbits flying left and right, through the falling rubble and leaping flames, back across the bridge as it begins to twist and turn and buckle. They reach the end as a giant piece of ceiling breaks off and takes out the hunk of ground in front of them. It leaves a gaping hole in its wake, flames licking up and at the cracked edges. The workmanship of this place, my father would have never permitted. The workmanship of this place, my father would have never given this place a permit. Is that really what you should be worried right now? I'm venting my frustration through pointless and irrational commentary. He spins around, gaze shooting left and right as he searches for another way. But there isn't one. Already, the rest of the platform is crumbling around them. The gap is 5, 10, 20 times too far to leap. Perchance, I should have put more thought into this. Even the bridge behind them is gone now. Great heaping chunks of it tumble off to join the molten pot below. They're left stranded on a precariously balanced island in the middle. Why aren't you helping here? What do you expect me to do? I don't know. Come up with something. Do something. Anything. So that we don't. Ignatius can see the glimmer of tears in Gent's eyes. Despite everything though, Ignatius is calm. Gent just growls, looks away. Gent! What? It's okay. Remember what Cherry said. If I die, everything gets reset. But I'm supposed to be your prince, Iggy. I was supposed to save you. You'll always be my prince, Gent. As if on cue, 2 more giant chunks of their platform breaks off. Their little platform is getting smaller and smaller. Really? Even after we go back? Even after we go back? Gent's lips starts to tremble. Ignatius just smiles, bringing his hand up to Gent's cheek. And I just want you to know, before everything resets, and we forget all of this ever happened, that you make me happy, just the way you are, the real you. Now, Gent's cheeks are flooded with tears. Keep it together, Gent. Keep it together, Gent. Iggy smirks. You don't need to be perfect all the time. Oh, Iggy. Gent pulls Iggy in close, bringing their lips together. At that moment, the platform beneath them gives, falling. They're falling, clutching at each other, clutching to each other, twisting and turning in the air whips around them, embers pricking their skin, but they focus only on each other, on holding themselves so close they can't even breathe. It's coming. Ignatius closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, then...
changing my direction instead. My heart, my head.
Iggy's awoken to the sound of Mrs. Donish's rolling her trash bin down the driveway. There must be something stuck in one of the wheels because with each rotation, the the bin lurches upward and smacks against the heavy pavement. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. He sits up in the bed, all of a sudden, come over with a urge to look out the window. Then, half trips, half stumbles out of the sheets. She's there. Mrs. Donish is, that is, just as he'd expected she would be. And only a second after he spies her halfway down the driveway, a bottle falls out of the bin. An interesting bottle, somewhat round and oblong, and of an interesting golden hue that glints in the morning sun. It almost looks like a potato. He watches her stop, pick it up, then toss it back inside the bin. Then it's back to her interrupted journey. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. Iggy watches her a moment longer, brows furrowed, but ultimately shakes his head and turns back to his room. Yes, his room. This is his room. The same as it is every morning. And yet, somehow, it feels like he hasn't seen it in a long, long time. He brings his hand up to run through his hair, but as he does so, he winces. A strange, pin-like pain blossom out across his fingers. But looking down at his hand, he sees nothing wrong. 5 fingers, just like usual, and all of them in perfect working order. He curls them in, out, gives his hand a shake. He blinks, then finally sighs. This is getting ridiculous. He doesn't have time for this. He has work to do today, clients with deadlines. So, with a little slap of his cheeks, he starts towards the kitchen. As he's starting up the coffee pot, and a thought crosses his mind. The fleetest of passing thoughts. Maybe he'll call Gidget later. Yeah, maybe he will. Through this thought percolating in the back of his mind, he heads towards his desk. He has work to get done. Ghent root end. Thanks for playing. Like the characters? Want to know more about what the hell is going on? Though this game didn't have enough didn't have enough cannibalism, play the main game, Our Wonderland, available on itch.io. You won't regret it. You might regret it. That was probably the most ambitious reading I've ever done. It was so many characters. It was my head hurts. Well, it's fine because it's done, Gene. It's done. your that difficult thing that you did just ended, so it's fine. Honestly, it's fine. You know what? It's I don't I don't care anymore. I I don't care. It's fine. You know what? You know what you did? It's fine. All of those you misread a lot of words. Sometimes you got sometimes you got kind of twisted up with some of the voices and stuff, but it's fine. You know what? I'll give you a pass for tonight. It was hard. It was hard, Gene. It wasn't easy, I would say. I'm ending the stream, guys, so I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, Good night, and I'll see you on the next stream, guys. Goodbye.